No, I don't actually love Guardian, but I do like the Solaris skin. It is pretty fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
Now let's see how this works. Like hopefully, because I know it's like kind of buggy when you're in like a team and you just there we go, easy clap.
They're patching the Remembrance queuing tomorrow. I saw. That's nice.
Yeah, I heard about that. Guardian level 1 run.
Don't shoot. The caster lineup.
Recluse. I will keep
Do you have
guys
what kind
safe.
of build do you have? Do you have like a taunt build?
I just have mainly the character relics. I do have like the healing when I ult.
Nice.
That one is actually pretty good.
Is it the big heals?
It heals like 10% per tick, and it
nice.
Like it will heal you. It can heal somebody from like 1% to full, basically.
Nice.
If you hold the ult. So.
I did not bring a stone sword key.
We got the jaw.
The jaw. All right.
The jaw. Radagon's Rays of Light here.
Whoa!
That's like the AoE one, I think.
Right? Yeah, it's like just a single. Yeah.
I think it shoots out like a giant ring, like AoE around you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Pretty good. That's probably really good for there in camps.
Yeah, I find it so hard to actually find like holy weapons.
Yeah.
Or just like holy spells. The combos on Recluse with holy are super cool, but you like never get one of them's like, I don't know how much you mess with the cocktails, but one of them is it's like 20% HP buff for like your whole team, I think.
Yeah. I saw one's like rune gain as well as some other buffs, but it only lasts like 10 seconds or something. So you have to like kill whatever you're fighting real quick.
The game audio is too loud. Oh, okay, let me turn it down. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that's pretty good damage. Oh my god. Okay. Ooh, charging mutations. Yep. Oh, ancient dragon lightning strike. Okay. All right. Okay.
I got a double key drop, so that's nice. Can run north and hit that Evergaol.
Whoa, does holy attack power work for incantations?
It should, yeah.
Nice. Let's see if that does.
All right, well, let me know if it's better now. It might be better. Yeah, I tried to adjust it. I gotta say, this Evergaol, oh my god, I really hope we don't aggro that Deathbird, dude. I hate that the boss is like right next to this thing.
Yeah,
it's so troll.
Oh. He's looking. Oh, he's looking. I got holy though.
Hold back. Oh. Oh no.
Oh, there's stuff coming. Yeah. Is my summon? No! Oh god. It's on me.
I mean, I'm down to try to kill him if we want. Okay. You do have holy, but
yeah, I do. I'm dead.
Okay. Big ult. It's fine. I'm gonna heal us.
Okay, nice.
See, look at that heal. Oh.
I'm gonna pop this and I'll pop my ult. Unless I die. Oh, rezzing.
All right, beautiful.
Or not? What? Oh, it did.
Fire pod. This is.
Yep.
We shouldn't do this.
I'm hitting the grace and leaving. Scared. Let's get the heal.
Yeah. Let's get the hell out of here. The rings actually did a lot of damage to him.
It's insane. Yeah. So I also have improved charged incants now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it does 424 damage. All level 4.
I'm gonna go knock this guy off the cliff.
Nice. Yeah, the ring is dope. Bringing all these dudes down.
Okay, they're gonna knock me off. That's nice.
There's a damage boost. That's got knockdown too on the ring. That's crazy.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, there's the rune game buff. From Reckless. Ah, it wore off too early. Circle. Rip heal. Go do this camp and then the Evergaol or something.
Yeah, sure. Is this the perfumer?
Probably, yeah.
We can nuke him out.
Yeah.
Easy.
Perfect.
Charge incantations here.
Ooh. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Oh god. Cage. Alt. While I get my loot. Stop. I don't want my loot. No, where did the... Okay.
Kind of want to get these double churches to our south, actually. There's two right next to each other.
Yeah, sounds good.
It's another perfumer.
Nice. That's how easy to take down.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with my whirlwind actually like works against them.
Holy!
Oh, did you get that? Yeah.
Where is he?
Those fire attacks. Right. To the church.
Yahoo! So I heard you were doing level 1. How many bosses did you kill?
I got 3 bosses so far. It's yeah, it's kind of painful, not gonna lie.
It sure seems like it would be. What class were you rolling? Executor?
I killed Libra, or no, I killed Gladius with the Executor, and then I did Jaw and the Pest with Iron Eye. Honestly, Iron Eye kind of seems like the best for, just because it's like so easy to dodge stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But honestly, level 1, it's not as bad as it seems, just because you can get, if you get enough damage negation at full health, you can actually just tank hits, like even at level 1. But sometimes you just don't get those, like, I had one run where I looted 80 chests, and I only found 1 item with damage negation at full health, so I just got I was getting one shot, and it's like, well, unlucky, try again. So have you been playing like all the classes?
Yeah. I mean, I've been swapping around. I think Revenant and Guardian. I was just kind of like, you know what? I probably won't play these again. But here I am on Revenant. So
Revenant's, I don't know. Revenant's cool. I like all the.
Like, oh, I have a key, but I'm here.
Oh yeah, I got it. I like all the meme pictures of the tiny Revenant like holding a giant weapon.
Yeah. Right, the Raider or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like if I'm gonna play a caster, I'd rather do Reckless.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of summoning.
Yeah. We should be able to kill this still.
Yeah. Here I am not summoning. Oh, Helen. Do something. Helen? Oh my god.
Yeah, level 8. Not bad.
7. You do a river boss or whatever. Lake boss.
Mm-hmm. I want to try like a guard counter build on this guy. I feel like it's kind of a meme.
I was trying it when I was doing the Remembrance. And I didn't have a lot of relics for it, but
yeah,
it's like you have to do the stance, but then the stance drains stamina, so if the enemies aren't attacking, you're just throwing stamina away. And
yeah.
once you finally do guard counter, there's a charge guard counter though, which is really nice.
Oh, you can charge it?
Yeah, if you hold the guard counter.
Okay. I've got a spell cost reduction here.
Nice.
Oh yeah, we got a boss here.
Oh, nice.
Charge incantations, 18%. Your ring is gonna do so much damage.
Yeah. I'm excited.
am guarding.
Hey. You're doing great.
He doesn't want to attack me. I need the guarding, like,
Yeah.
aggro's them or whatever. I am fucking guard countering so hard, dude.
Oh, he broke again. I've seen this happen. He tries to summon his horse, and he doesn't, and then he breaks. Poor guy.
Yeah, I've had a few like weird AI glitches. Like Commander Nile, I had it where he kept doing the same attack just like 50 times in a row. It's like really slow spear thrust.
Oh yeah. Funny. We can do castle?
There's the invader camp to our west.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I never consider those because I'm usually playing solo and I hate them.
Yeah, I feel that. There's like it's so strong. They're actually just everything does so much damage.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh god, Wilder's near me.
It's alright, you got my ult on?
Alright. There we go. Come here, Wilder. No, don't come here. Oh!
I wonder if my whirlwind, like, stuns them. Doesn't... Oh, it kinda does.
It makes him panic dodge, it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, God, guard
Just him.
is so bad. Alright. Where do we want to go?
Oh, I was gonna say castle? I don't know.
Yeah. I think castle's good.
Oh, there's another drop I missed.
Yeah, I didn't realize. There's one inside this little spot.
Oh. Yeah. Actually, no. I'm just gonna try and buff up this charge range as much as I can.
Your voice is too low and stuff in the game is happening.
Boss.
Okay. I mean, I'll turn down the game more then. I wonder how, like, improved guarding ability works. Like, maybe with enough of it, you actually can block stuff. Can I one-shot these? tank. Oh, never mind.
It immediately came for me. Oh, here we go. There we go. Yeah. Nice. This is the Elden Ring they were talking about.
Guard counters with a wild or greatsword are like so fast. Crazy.
Range weapon, fire type. Oh my! Oh, charge sorcery is nice. All right, I need that incant talisman. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Winged sword insignia? I mean, you're not attacking super fast.
No, not really.
I'm too high to hit him with the ring. Oh. Back.
It's nice that the circle always closes on the castle. At least as long as there's no shifting earth.
Oh, yeah. So much ranged weapon attack stuff.
Alright, I'm gonna go up top.
Wait, what's this? Is that a meteorite?
Oh,
That's where my meteorite spawned, but I don't know what it is.
I don't know. I feel like the circle's
It
gonna be
is
closed by the time we get there.
probably. Interesting that I talked about seeing it for the first time, and there it is.
I mean, it might not be the meteor though.
It might not.
It could be. There's like the swarm of enemies that can pop up. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah.
That one's crazy. Like they spawn in so packed up, actually.
yeah. I've seen. Well, I remember the ants from the network tests, but I've also seen the dudes riding
The
with
horses.
the race bells.
Yeah.
There are so many.
It's a moose. Wonder if it's possible to get the moose to like fall off the top of the building. Bring them down.
Oh, that's what he meant by up top. Sorry, I was starting to head towards the formidable guys, but I'm coming back.
All good. God, this moose does.
I hate his goose. Whoa. How's it going?
It's great.
Got him cornered. I like this.
Blocking this guy is freaking impossible. I don't think you can frostbite the moose.
Yeah, it's really tough if you can. He's not flying, which is really nice.
I wonder where our teammate is. Maybe he doesn't know
Soloing the
this.
rest of the game. Nice. Oh my gosh, improved charge incantations. Let's go. Wow, wow, wow. That's crazy. I guess spell FP cost. It could be the Evergaol and the big boy next to it.
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, dude, if they actually had like all of the different zones in the game as maps, that would be so cool. Like you know, that's what I was hoping before the game came out, is that there would be like a Liurnia map, like a Caelid map, an Altus Plateau map, Mountaintops map, so on and so forth. Do we have a key? Do you have one?
Well, I thought you had two.
We used them both.
Oh, well, okay. For Middlebro, then.
Larks is not with us right now. We're just playing
Oh, it's a gargoyle.
one round. Oh.
Rank or call? No.
I really hope they like
bleeding.
buff Guardian, because I don't know, man. Guardian's cool, but he's like so. I feel like he's so weak. Legendary. Oh. When I get a legendary and then it's just a frickin' res item, like, I get kind of sad.
Here. Taking damage, boost damage negation.
Okay. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, something legendary. I don't know.
I think one of my favorites so far was actually the grafted dragon.
Really? I've
Yeah.
never taken that because I just didn't think it was good.
When you riposte with it, it shoots out flames that do like crazy amounts of damage, actually. I had it on Wilder. Like I would ult, which would put flames on the ground, and then I would use the riposte with that, and it would like literally just melt the boss completely.
Frederick! Oh. He's weak to fire? They are, right?
Yeah, he should be.
Black Diamond's doing nicely.
I'm gonna ult. Get our healing going.
What the? Uh-oh. Oof.
You're fine. That's fine.
Viscous of light, I guess. Cheap. Gotta run.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you should go
great
for the spirit spring. I hate when the circle pulls top left like this. It's so so far away. You guys are so far.
Yeah. Oh, it's killing me now, dude. It started ticking so hard.
Yeah, well, honestly, it might be better if you just die. Because then you guys will like respawn inside the circle with full heals. I'm so tall compared to you. Fucking holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, beastman. Wow. Somebody.
Oh.
Got the hippo's attention. More. Giant Glen Blade.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna still be level 12. Rip.
That's okay.
I'll take one. Breakfast can have another.
I wish that there was like a mode for this game where you could just choose when to like end the day. You could just like go at your own pace. Because then you could actually speedrun the game. I don't know. Like, I like the idea of speedrunning this game, but it's just the fact that day 1 and day 2 is always the exact same amount of time is just kind of The only thing that really influences it is, you know, like how quickly you kill the bosses at the end of the night. This guy's weak to poison, right?
Yep. Do you have poison?
Mm-hmm. I got poison grease.
he'll start puking, and you can just like beat on him while he's puking.
I could ever actually hit him.
Hard to predict where he's going to be with these spell casts.
Yeah. Poisoned, you jerk. Woof. I don't think I'm gonna get poisoned, guys. I'm just, yeah. Yep. I love chasing the boss around. Woohoo.
Never gonna hit him with this black flame, dude. Oh boy.
Maybe corpse wax better.
Frame rate.
I'm just. Oh god. It heals.
Ooh, big stagger. Let's go.
Dude, my frame rate is cooked. I'm not freaking 50, 90. I'm just
Yeah.
getting dropped.
All the recluse's damage and my wind blades.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything.
Oh, chomped? Uh-oh. We're dying loud. Wait, what? It still killed him. I ulted.
Oh, I got grabbed, don't worry.
Can't hit him. Alright.
Oh my god. Did that holy ring just one just instant?
Yeah, res? Yeah. Wow. Wait, he might be like immune to black flame.
Black flame is like
no
giga nerfed as well.
Okay.
I feel like every time I play Guardian, it's like I should just play Raider.
Of course,
like Raider
yeah.
is just like a better Guardian. Because they're both meant to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raider does such a better job. You just punch through everything, and like you don't get shields as rewards. So
Yeah.
I can't wait though. I'm totally hoping that there's a shield maiden like class, dual wield shield.
Power
there's
stand
like
shields.
Yeah, there's like the Nox character that uses like the pierce shields, dual pierce.
Oh
shield.
yeah.
That'd be cool.
I don't know. It's just Raider does like a better job at tanking than Guardian
Go right to the restroom.
does.
I'll be right back.
Okay. What do we got? Garbage. Nice. Nice.
Okay. Are we lark setting?
Yep. Yep, I think she's gonna join now. I can go double check.
Okay.
What relics am I using on Guardian? Just like the character-specific relics for the most part. What do we got? Rain of Arrows. One day I will get a good relic. Today is not the day, apparently. Raid axe attacks, oh boy. Treasure marked poise, I guess. More treasure marks. Got a barrage relic? No. I thought the bow like starts with barrage by default. Test. Sorry, I'm changing my noise gate a little bit. I don't really want to wear my headphones, but I don't want people to be like echoing if I use speakers. Starts with heavy shot. Oh, really? All right, I'm gonna add Larksa to the call. Oh shoot, I can't hear you on Discord now. Okay, can you say something?
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
Okay. I'm on my speakers, so let me know if you're like echoing. I might have to like adjust
Okay.
some
All right.
settings. Oh shoot, is my YouTube stream title still level 1? Oh no, I did change my title on YouTube. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
What to make the prediction?
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know, because we're obviously gonna kill the boss, surely,
I'm
right?
ready for Nightreign.
I mean, maybe there's a chance we don't kill it.
But it's not nighttime yet.
What? A day rain?
Day rain. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready for day rain.
Okay. Oh, we're back.
Maybe I don't have enough for a skin.
Can you invite Larksa? Do you have Larksa as a friend on Steam, Lobos? Or...
I think he went to pee.
Oh, is that what he said? Let's see.
Yeah.
I might be able to. Oh, I think I can invite you.
Okay.
Guessing you want challenge. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing some level 1 runs, but today we're just playing with friends for a little bit. I'm helping Larksa get... Larksa has still not beaten the game yet.
Welcome
There's still
back!
two bosses she hasn't done.
Yeah. Have you guys had chat complaining about mini Fs?
Mini Fs?
No.
Yeah, god damn it.
Just today?
Yeah, and like yesterday and today, my stream has been getting mini Fs the whole time.
What the fuck?
So weird.
I blame Dist.
Yeah, same. Yeah, this you have 2 Giga Mega packages downstairs.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
I'm adjusting my noise gate on Discord just so... I don't know if you guys are
you calling me
like
loud?
hearing an echo or anything. But...
He is. I haven't heard anything yet.
Did you just say yes?
No, I said he is.
Oh. Okay.
Are you playing Iron Eye? Oh yeah, you're
Yeah.
ready.
I'm an Iron Eye main.
Shit. Yeah, he's dope.
Yeah, I only have
is the audio levels okay?
Fissure left
Are they
and
too
Night
loud?
Aspect if you want to do those.
Ooh.
I haven't done those yet. I haven't seen those yet, so I'm excited.
I feel like Larksa might be a little loud.
Nice.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's fine. Okay, I adjusted it a little bit. Hopefully it's a bit better. All right, so you just need to do Fisher in the Fog and Night aspect, Larksa?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Two of the best songs in the game.
All right,
From the
now Lobos.
bosses?
Now Lobos.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Caligo is like insane. Crank your musax. Are you still doing bird dist?
I think I'm gonna change. I might do Raider instead.
Oh, I love Raider.
Nice.
I like Recluse, but I don't know, man. I just feel like using the cocktail is kind of just like trolling. Like you just shouldn't even
Yeah.
use it. You should just like spam spells. But that playstyle is so much. It's so like boring in comparison.
Yeah, what I was telling chat, for me, it's like it's either too much to do or not enough to do. You're like either like,
Yeah.
oh, I need FP, I gotta do this. Oh, my cocktail went off. I still gotta get FP. Blah, blah. Or you're just like, well, stars of ruin, stars of ruin,
Yeah.
or like shard, stars of ruin.
Do you guys like the Revenant?
Yeah, Revenant's cool.
It's interesting. It's kind of weird because
Yeah.
like the summons kind of just get useless on bosses, but it's really nice
Yeah.
for clearing camps.
I just get confused on what weapons to use when I play her.
I just did a run and I got the Radagon's ring holy
Whoa.
spell, and I just spammed that pretty much.
All right.
I'm going Duchess actually.
Do we have Doggo selected right now?
Oh,
Oh yeah, Tricephalos.
I didn't realize I was the leader. I was just thinking about it. There we go. Dragon.
Yeah. My chat asks who's a bigger Souls nerd, you or like Lobos or Dist?
I
Well,
think we're pretty equal.
Lobos.
Dist has the feet on lock for sure.
What the fuck?
We learned this with the Jeopardy we did.
Oh yeah, you got all the feet question right. That was weird.
He was team feet, yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it really just depends.
What can I say? I feel like Power Stance jump attacks on Raider are just so incredibly broken.
That's
like,
all I ever do.
Yeah.
Unless I get like multiple increased two-handed weapon damage. Otherwise, it's just usually like double bonk hammers or rotten great axes or something.
Yeah. Alright, I'm like constantly adjusting audio levels here. Hopefully it's okay now. I don't know. I'm trying my best.
Oh, attack power when two-handing right here.
I want to try to get like all critical damage boost.
Oh, big crits.
Yeah, see how much you could do with that. Whenever I get this spawn, I don't know if I should go north or south.
Yeah. A lot of times there's like one of the easier things like here, but now there's camps, so I guess we could go north to this or something. Do we have an Evergaol?
I don't have any stone sword key.
I don't. Yeah, me neither.
We could do this camp and then like go south to the castle and then we'll get a key and do the Evergaol.
Yeah, sounds good. Comes cartwheeling in.
All right. Yeah, I say we can go to that castle and then Evergaol will be. Hopefully we'll get a key. Well, I wonder, can I take this bird over the castle? I can.
Herb.
Yeah, the spirit tree.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, how do I go down the bird? I'm stuck.
Oh, click a stick.
Oh, okay,
Left
okay.
stick.
Goodbye.
Explode.
Oh my god, it's so fast! What the fuck?
Where's the grace? Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah, so there's 2 chests here, by the way, Lobos. I don't know if you knew the one up here.
Oh, so I had seen that other tower across from here and was always like, I wonder what's up there, but never mind.
Yeah, so you can get 2 keys here. I didn't get one just now, but there's another chest. It normally drops one. Yeah, okay. Oh, I got double.
Oh, shit.
Double key. Alright, I'm running to the jail.
Okay.
Yeah, both of both of those chests are always there in the castle. Honestly, dude, buying fire pots from the merchant is kind of like kind of nice. Actually, I should have bought more.
Yeah, I know I need to carry all the time. Oh, sorry. No, you don't.
It's okay.
I'm gonna go for that heal place next.
I punch. Guy's getting so bullied.
Gee.
Poor guy. We can probably kill the boss in the lake here, where the circle gets us. Oh, it's Loretta.
I mean,
I'm down to try, but this might be a bad idea. With Mark though, and I think we could do it.
yeah. I'll just
I have
restate
bleed on my
more
weapon too.
Me too.
Oh no, come back.
It hit her. Bonked her a little bit. No. Oh.
That was kind of scary.
What was it? Oh. Oh.
Worth it.
Super worth. Hanging bone. Whatever.
the church.
Sure. Yeah. I don't have a lot of heals. Hopefully we
Is
get
the
there.
stream having issues?
Oh, nice. Oh, it's safe in here.
Does anybody want Grafted Blade Greatsword?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay. I'll drop it here. I'll drop it here. Okay.
Oh, heck yeah.
I
We have
kept it in my
another-
inventory, but chat told me to give it, so.
We have another key, right?
Yeah. Yep.
We could do the stupid Evergaol with the boss right next to it. More Alvin. Oh shit! Meteorite!
Lobo's your favorite.
God,
Wait, what is that?
That's 2 in a row!
Wait, what does that mean? The meteorite?
There's a meteorite. I see on the map. I
Yeah.
just pinged it. Up there.
Oh! Can we go there?
Yeah.
Ooh, hell yeah.
I think the
I
circle's
saw-
gonna end up there, right?
I've never done like.
I think so,
sometimes
yeah.
there's like an invader spot. I only do those two. I've never done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the invaders are mean. Fire?
All right.
Boss is weak to fire. I mean, we could rush the other stuff too.
Could like maybe snag the Evergaol, and then the church, and then we can go to the meteorite. I think
Yeah.
I think it should end near the.
It should, right?
I don't know. Oh no.
Oh,
Death bird.
God.
Alright, you know what? I don't care. I'm ulting him. Let's kill him.
Oh shit.
Screw this guy.
You have Sacred Order, let's go. Oh my gosh, that's doing a lot of damage. This dagger is doing insane work. What the fuck?
Oh, is it a holy dagger?
Yeah, I got Sacred
Holy
Order on
shit,
it.
you are like fucking eviscerating.
I got a holy bow too.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Ow. Fuck. Yeah, that's crazy. Melted.
Nice.
Take the black knife, yeah.
Does anyone want Rivers of Blood?
Oh my gosh. I'll pass on it.
Okay.
Wow.
Jesus, destroyed the. Oh my god.
Bye.
Yeah, I kind of fucked up. Actually, no, I can use the tree.
Oh, the circle's not up there. But we can get it after the beginning of day 2 or something.
Yeah, true, true. Okay.
We might still run for the heal though.
Yeah, we can still get the church.
Yeah, church as well.
And snag a key too here. Potentially.
Dagger damage is crazy.
Couldn't even wake up. Oh, he didn't. Oh, he didn't drop anything. I've seen this once before.
Yeah.
Weird.
Seen it a few times. 'Cause, like, I don't know. 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 I don't know.
We can still go get the church if we want.
And flashbacks to the last one.
You okay, Larksa?
I'm trying.
And the grafted blade greatsword is so good.
Yeah, these heal ya. Oh, there's a grace.
Oh yeah, you know, I remember this ending now. Like, now that we're here. The merchant right next to it.
Oh. Whatever he's weak to holy. Can't hit him. Pop, bro.
Well, let's just go straight to the meteorite. Yeah. I was gonna say we could do the castle, but it's gonna end on the castle no matter what. So
I'm quickly gonna get this flask because I forgot to last time.
that's fine.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah.
We can do this holy camp.
Oh, the Evergaol? Yeah.
Oh, no, I just meant this camp right here while we wait for Larksa.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Albinorix again? Triple Albinorix.
There's too many Albinorans. Okay, I'm gonna.
You beat me.
Marked a bow for you, Larksa. Good. Grab it along the way. We can do this Evergaol as well.
Yeah.
I got a key. Yo, Salad, thank you so much for the raid. That fucking line, man. I'm just about to ult all of them.
Nice, good fight, guys.
Right, meteorite.
Oh, let's go!
Let's go. Falling Star Beast weak to magic. Anything? I don't know.
Whoa! So does this give like a smithing stone?
I have no idea. I've never done this before.
Oh!
I've seen it
Ow.
like once. Well, we saw it last game, but we didn't do anything with it.
Oh my god, my fucking
Oh my god,
ultimate.
how many times are you gonna charge? Jeez.
That black flame does insane damage. Jeez. Oh my god.
Whoa! Let's go!
Goodbye.
Ooh. Nice.
We can go to the church. I don't think we're gonna need it, but
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know, Caligo with melee can be hard to,
yeah, I've never actually used melee on him before.
you know. I don't have any status effects, so.
Oh, here, you know what, Lobos? You might want this weapon, actually.
Oh,
Maybe.
got some really good weapons going, though. Interesting.
I mean, you have int scaling, so, like, it should be good for you.
It's true. I've got kind of a dual wield bonus. I'll take it, though, just in case. We'll see. Oh, and the boss is Frost, so. I don't know about you.
Yeah, true. Have you seen the door, Lobos?
I don't know. I've only heard.
Okay,
I don't know where it
here,
is.
follow me. We'll go to the door. We'll work our way towards the castle.
Okay. Is it in a cave?
It's just like, it's really easy to miss. You'll see.
I did not mean to do that, but there it is. It's the first time I've used it this run.
Dude, my holy bow is so good.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Sonaf, if you want it.
Oh my god.
So nice. Ooh.
So
So
now.
Oh my god, I'm taking it.
Oh, you want it? Oh, here.
No, I'm taking a Dark Moon Greatsword now. It's
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Alright.
Beam some nerds.
Let's let's go to the castle. Yeah, we've gotten so many legendaries on this run.
Hell
Crazy.
yeah.
Was the door here or?
Oh yeah,
no,
where's the door?
it's just follow me. Come on down.
Dude, this knows a place and he always brings us to the door.
Oh yeah, I showed you the door the other day, didn't I, Larkson?
Yeah.
When we were playing with Oro.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever used Sword of Night and Flame. So here we go.
All right, door is right here.
Door. Those who wield merit. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you need the cord thread.
Have you opened this one, Dist?
No, it's a rare item that I've never seen before that opens the door.
Oh, wait, it's like a drop? The item?
I think it only drops in like the churches.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Like the boxes in the church?
Mm-hmm. God, I'm under the
Push
ground.
this
Am I gonna
damage.
die? Holy crap. I could see like under the map there. That was scary.
Oh. Nice. Oh my god, more legendaries.
Here,
Another
you
Sword of
might,
Night.
this is good for you, Lark. So holy attack power.
Whoa, okay.
Right. Just because I can, I'm gonna dual wield.
Oh, we got the Crucible Knights as well.
Oh my god. Big money incoming.
Alright, let's go to the top and kill the top boss first, and then we can kill the rest of the crucibles if we got time. I guess we can kill this one.
He's asking for it. Alright. Oh. Nobody saw that.
Did you fall, Larkson? Oh no, you're here. Oh, no.
Whoa, that was Lobos that fell. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Lappa distracted me.
Lepa?
Ah.
Yeah.
Frickin' Lepa.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 15. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Here we go.
Whoa. Well, I'm
We don't even
14. What?
Oh.
Oh, you'll be close. Not sure if there's any other. There's some Crucible Knights on the other side, but I think they might be.
Yeah.
So what's this boss weak against? The final.
Fire.
Yeah, fire.
Damn, not holy.
I don't really know. I think it's gonna pull top left, so I think we just
Yep.
go up there and kill the bosses up there. What is this challenge about? No challenge. We're just playing for fun right now. We just helping Larks beat the game. She hasn't beaten all the bosses yet, so.
Any bosses? No.
Yeah, there should be 2 up here.
Yeah.
Oh, enhances attributes when upon defeating enemies. That's crazy.
Dude, I was just telling my chat I want to kill a draconic tree sentinel, and here he is.
Snap.
That's crazy.
Gonna have to kill him pretty fast, but I think we can.
Coming. Pretty fast.
Beat his ass! Yay! Ah! Oh, you can't level up anymore. Right.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't know, but the grafted greatsword, like every time you kill enemies, it enhances your stats.
What?
Like, yeah, and
That's
it accumulates. So, I'm like, I
That's
have
so early. What the?
I have so much health.
That's dope. I've never used it in Nightreign.
Like, look at my stamina, dude.
Oh my god, dancer! That's
Yeah.
so cool!
Oh, the grab.
Oh,
Oh, so good.
sick!
That's okay. Just getting you guys free damage.
Wait, don't kill her so fast.
Dodge the spin. Oh.
I can see the twirly. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Dude, what the fuck?
I'm sorry. I'm too strong.
I stopped. Wow.
That was cool. Holy.
Dude, my fucking riposte did like so much damage. Yeah, I do 496 damage with my with my greatsword.
That's nuts. How much health do you have?
2,100.
I have 920. It's ridiculous. I was wondering why that dancer grab didn't do more damage.
Yeah. I also got the grafted dragon. But you know what? I'm gonna buy a starlight shard so I can use this thing a bit more. Oh yeah, because it does fire. Wait, this is actually gonna be really good.
Yeah, true. And I can double buff. So
I'm
nice.
Just gonna blast the dragon fire up dragon's ass. It'll be great.
I have anti-dragon on my weapon.
Oh my gosh. This dragon's going down.
Wait, you have 2 Sonap's?
Yeah, I've been dual wielding.
We have had... Dude, this has been the most legendaries I've seen in like one run.
It's pretty ridiculous. What's that shield? You're off it.
Wow, that was so cool! I thought it was a mountain.
Alright, dragon fire, here we go. Wait, I can't... Oh, there we go.
Do I aim for the head or can I just aim for the feet?
Either way works.
I think the head takes more. I'm gonna dragon fire right into his face.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hell
I
yeah.
missed.
Oh, his boss is so pretty. Oh god!
Oh,
Oh, what now?
MMO mechanics time. Oh,
Oh, I'm on speakers, I can't really tell.
this is this way.
Speakers?
Have you ever let the ceiling collapse? It's crazy. Look at it.
Oh,
Oh!
that's so cool!
You just dodge it? What?
Yeah. Easy.
Oh.
I'm coming, Narita.
Sorry, I was admiring the boss.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. You do that.
Oh god.
Did he heal?
I'm just like face tanking.
Yeah.
Is this dangerous?
I popped Crimson Whirl bubbles here, so everything's just healing me.
Oh, I have fire grease! I didn't realize.
Oh my god. Fire everywhere. Holy crap.
Oh, I should have used fire grease from the start. Oops.
Alright.
Wow, that was so sick!
We were so stacked this run. That's
Wow.
actually crazy. We all had fire. What a run.
Seriously. Alright. One
I
more
have
boss, yeah.
Shifting Earth to Shrouded City.
Ooh, yeah.
Whoa, sounds cool.
Prayerful
It's bugged
strike.
if you I don't know if you're bugged this, but if you ever sleep off Shifting Earth, you never get it again.
What?
Wait,
I haven't
really?
gotten I haven't gotten it in like 30 hours. Like since I beat the Since I
Yeah, I
unlocked
mean,
it, basically.
I did like a 8 hours. I mean, yeah, I've had like full days where I don't see it. I don't know. I hope they buff the chance, because yeah, like after you beat all the bosses once, it just like never shows up again.
Yeah. I mean, you might be bugged too, because yeah, they said if you sleep at a bed, because I must have slept it off for some reason. And
Yeah, I
then
never slept it off though, but it rarely appears for me.
Yeah.
This is a good one actually. Endurance, poise, and phys attack. It's like not bad at all. I don't have a green socket though.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, this is why I get the ult back so fast. Defeating enemies fills more of the art gauge. Give me something good. Oh, small pouch in possession at start of expedition. I have not actually seen this. That's the first time I've seen that effect. Everything else is kind of mid, but... Oh, family and allies when ult is activated. Endurance and stamina recovery per attack. I really wish that I feel like they should have made it so Revenant starts with a melee weapon, because then you could at least like get a guaranteed like second element.
I'm back.
Oh wait,
Welcome
this
back.
one's fucking crazy too. 2 endurance, 2 poise, 2 phys attack. That's like similar to this one.
Have you seen Haywood in this game, Lobos?
What's that?
Have you seen Haywood in this game?
Hey, would you blow me?
Fuck!
I love that guy. He's such a
That
cool
was
dude.
my joke.
Mm-hmm.
I got Oro with it though.
Hey, would you blow me goes back in my day.
Wait,
He's an
really?
old fella. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like when I was in
Oh.
elementary school, dude.
Oh, what the? I thought it was like a new joke.
They make
Okay,
their
what
wins,
about
I'm sure.
what about this one? Okay, look into your shirt and spell attic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Oops.
I will ready in a second. I'm doing camping 10 stones for some garbage. 3 strength, phys attack. That's not bad. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't play Raider. I don't want to make this too easy.
Yeah. I mean, I was
played
thinking
the
about that with
girl.
Lava, too.
Revenant.
I
I want to see Revenant.
I'm gonna play Recluse, I guess.
Whoa.
Ooh.
thought you said you didn't want to make it too easy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends what I use.
Never mind. I was gonna go Guardian. I'm not going Guardian.
You're gonna go Guardian?
Nope. No, I'm not. I was going to, but I'm not.
Fine, I'll go Guardian then.
Okay. You know,
I'll go
Iron Eye
Guardian.
as
It's
well.
okay.
Ew. See. Okay.
Right.
Double Iron Eye Bird. All right. Duchess gets no love. Yeah. I mean, the tornado lasts a long time, but it does like fucking 200 damage. You don't want to make it too easy. The true class to do is Executor. No. The best class, if you don't want to make it too easy, do triple Guardian. IMO. It has Giga CC? Yeah, but not on a boss. Like, okay, yay, I can CC enemies with 200 HP that instantly die. Hooray. Like it's useful on enemies that aren't necessary, like, you don't need it
wearing
for,
the
you know
same
what I mean?
shirt as me to work today.
Oh. Am I? Wait.
Well, yeah, we're the same class.
No, but we got
Alright.
different shirts on. See?
Oh yeah! Oh dude, that's such a cool skin.
Yeah, it is. I took it literally. Those are shirts. Oh, there's a heal down. It's a good spot.
I mean, triple Guardian's not that bad, and you are pretty tanky, but your damage is, like, miserable. I'm going down to the church.
Yeah, let's grab this talisman.
Maybe we actually go north?
Yeah, that sounds
I don't know. Just kind of awkward, because this is, like, an invasion spot.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to do that right now. I don't know if I've ever been down in here. What's in here? There's another jump spot.
Oh, we
this is
check
where
out-
one of the quest sites is. Like,
Maybe check out
Yeah.
the bottom of route.
Yeah, there's, like, the hippo that you have to fight here.
Oh, I didn't level. Whoops.
Oh, same. See. So is bottom left like the shifting earth thing? Like it's
Yeah.
down?
Yeah, we can go there day 2 and just for most of it.
Mm-hmm. And I really hate having to go. When you get the magic castle, or well, I guess this isn't a magic castle, but when you get the castle set up to where you have to go like through it, it just, I don't know, it's so slow. In my opinion. It sucks.
take me forever to kill this.
It was nice there. I wish that there was like bigger groups of enemies. Like the whirlwind is good, but most of the time you don't have like that big of like stacks of enemies. You know what I mean?
Oh, there we go.
What's that? Oh, I got a Dula's Moonblade.
Who's what?
Oh wait, you're not
spell.
playing Duchess. Never mind.
No.
Never mind. I forgot to check the second chest that was up there. The one that I told you about.
Where's the Knights Cavalry? This way.
Ooh, low-level Knights Cav.
Oh, is there? I didn't actually know there was a boss over here.
Yeah, it could be a tree, and I think a dragon, too. Volta? Oh my god. How did it get knocked down so fast? Jesus.
Nice.
Oh, I have a stone sword key, so after this we can do Evergaol.
Oh, you got one as well? Nice.
I started with one.
Gotcha. I kind of want to do this holy camp just because, I mean, the boss is weak to holy.
Yeah, I started with Holy Bow, so nothing else.
Oh, gotcha. I do have a holy weapon now with Sacred Blade, so
Oh,
might not really need it either.
I went Iron Eye so we wouldn't absolutely obliterate the boss.
Yeah.
Oh, freaking Crucible Knight again. No. For a second, it's always going to be marked, so it's probably going to get obliterated anyways.
Yeah. I don't want to head into one of the camps, or sorry, the mines.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going back to the church for a sec. I forgot to pick up the flask.
You got it.
No worries.
I always forget. So now.
Pumpkin bro. Ow. Oh.
Did I go the wrong way?
Maybe? Had to go all the way down.
Yeah, I think I did. We can do this Evergaol as well.
Sure.
Come here.
Black knife. What? There's a black knife down here.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, you guys can kill that. I'll start on the Evergaol. Oh.
He's staring at you the whole time. Alright. It's easy for us.
Easy.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh, dude, holy shit!
That was
I
crazy.
backstabbed him.
Never had a chance. We're coming, missed. We're dead.
All good.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I hate when I get this spawn in solos, I gotta say. It's so...
Immediately, it's just like, oh.
Yeah, it's really tough to fight all of them at once. I go grab the loot down here. I'm not really sure where we should go. I mean, it's gonna go to the top left again, I think.
Yeah, we could do like this for maybe get another stone sword key.
Halo Scythe is cool. I don't know if I really... kind of want to just use the cleaver. Yeah, yeah, we could do that. I can upgrade my weapon here too.
I need a few more souls than I can.
I'm killing the garden golem up here. He dead.
Nice.
I got 2 more stone sword keys.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Okay. Not the wield. Deathbird.
Oh yeah. I've got Sacred Blade. We can maybe cook him.
Holy bow. Yeah, it's purple holy bow now, so let's see.
Oh wait, I have shared order as well. That's double damage against undead. I'm gonna buff us with it. Stand on top of me. Oh, never mind. Nice ult. It's fine. I'm gonna ult.
Maybe we should
No, we're good, we're good. I'm gonna ult. You guys are good. I'm healing y'all.
We don't have giga damage or anything.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
I'm trying. Art's stuck.
Row.
He's gonna explode. He's gonna
Lopez,
explode.
you're low!
Oh my god, how did I get you up?
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just
That
come back
AoE.
right after this.
Yeah, it's okay. we'll just finish night 1 and come back.
Okay,
Really
pick up
doesn't
our
matter.
souls after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know that you couldn't lose your bloodstain. Like if you keep dying over and over.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's like super lenient.
Here, stack on me.
Okay, stacking.
The souls disappear. Well, it seems like Lobos is saying that they don't, but I thought that they did.
Bell bearing hunter? Dude, that's so disappointing. What the fuck?
That... He doesn't care about holes like at all. He's just like whatever.
Huh. Yay!
Well, so it actually damages you if you jump it, but it doesn't matter because like grabs can't connect if you're in the air.
Should
At
we
least,
have a
well, that
church
one in
there?
particular.
Yeah, we can just go straight south and then get our stuff back.
A deathbird. Time
He's
to
got,
die.
like, 5% health. Oh,
Yeah, he's like 1 hit away.
They might heal between days.
I don't think so, but maybe.
Oh no, he didn't.
No,
He didn't.
no,
I
he's weak.
think That- Should we just rush Loretta and go?
Sure. Yeah, I'm down. Then we can take our time in the city without having to rush too much. Do you know where the duplication thing is?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Yeah, I've never seen it. I actually still never found it.
Did you do the quest for Wilder that takes you in there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like right next to that.
Oh, okay. I see.
Pincushion. Oh my god, dude. America's hammer will destroy the boss. I don't want to give you that. You want it though?
I'll take it, sure.
Oh my god. Yeah, there you go. If this was a try-hard run, it would explode.
I don't know if my like stat scaling is that great for it anyways.
Yeah.
Like it's surprisingly it's doing less damage than the other holy weapon I have that's purple.
Hmm. The weapon art though is just
Yeah, true. Yeah, Guardian should be a Faith character. Okay, when you think about it. Can you kill this, like, guy that shoots the rocks?
probably.
Never tried.
God. Oh, I just realized you could do double America hammers.
Oh, yeah.
Gracious.
True. The castle's pretty good, in my opinion. We can kill this troll. He drops a buff. We got plenty of time, so.
Yeah. Oh, that's the first storm move? Yeah, okay. Weapon attacks. There's like a, after this black knife, there's like a jump up spot. I don't know if it's this way or if it was back there. Yeah, it's back. Wait, what? Oh, I got lost. Uh-oh.
Where is it?
It should be back here. Yeah.
Okay,
Please
by
go.
the quest spot. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's literally right there. Oh my god.
Right here, yeah. So you jump up here.
Oh, it's not this thing.
These guys. Yeah, it's that thing. Yeah.
Oh, replicate.
Yeah. Boom.
Cool. Oh.
This way. I hate teleport bros, man. Stop teleporting.
Honestly, like the hammers are good, but I can also just power stance with the. Oh wait, the cleaver is some. Oh, Interesting. They have different move sets.
There should be another ghost guy. Huh.
Oh,
It's an
that's
axe.
so cool! Wow, to the ceiling. Oh, it's a stell. Oh, that's fun. He's gonna get destroyed.
We haven't staggered him yet. Oh,
Got
come on.
the devil.
I could get it.
Another America's hammer.
I got a sword of night and flame
What?
again.
Oh my gosh. Special Luta over here, Larkson.
Yeah, the slow flash thing ain't bad. Does it give more healing?
This is
I
my
think
favorite
so,
place
yeah.
So far.
Yeah, it's a cool place. There's a whole nother side to it.
Yo,
right
Stefan, thank you for the 40 months.
Actually, I haven't been up here. What's around here?
Anything up there?
There's an item grab. Like,
I just got
regular-
20k.
We can drop down, I think. Oh, you did, Lit. 20k?
Yeah, 20k runes randomly. I don't know. Is that from the item you grabbed?
I don't know.
Yeah, I also got that.
Watch that. On this side is the black knight. Oh no! That affected my death. Can't see anything. Oh! You don't have a lot of stamina.
I think we want to go back up
Okay.
and get to the... Can we get up from here? We want to do the
Oh, the dragon.
dragonkin.
Yeah.
I think we gotta go
we-
back
we-
back down, actually.
Way up and then, yeah. Who's the other guy?
Another legendary. My goodness.
15.
Oh, you're level 15?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
Nice.
that?
you can get like a random like heal when somebody is like in their game. They can like help you.
Why does one of the America's hammers have more damage?
Oh.
Huh?
I remember Oro saying that. But
Oh, was it because I
what
was
if that was
two-handing
the
it?
runes?
Oh, yeah, that's why.
I don't know. Yeah. FP upon defeating enemies. I'm not using FP.
Anything good that the merchant has?
Nothing I need there.
I don't know. I feel like they need to buff Guardian, like make his block. I don't know. Guard counters don't really. I mean, they're like okay because you can trigger posture breaks, I guess. I don't know. I genuinely I could see Guardian being a good character for like carrying noobs. Like you could stay alive pretty easily, I guess. But his DPS like is not good. Of course his DPS isn't good. Yeah, but the thing is the Raider can tank. In my opinion, the Raider can tank better than Guardian, and he does insane damage.
I'm so excited to see the. Well, never mind.
I don't know. I don't know why people always feel the need to like. They're like, well, Guardian does this, Guardian does that. It's like the Guardian kind of just sucks. It's just the truth. Might as well use my ult. Why do people play Iron Eye? Because he has an ability that automatically dodges. And his ability also has a built-in bleed and frostbite proc. Iron Eye is like incredibly fucking OP. Yeah, and he also shoots the bow faster. Does
Oh, I'm
frostbite?
so excited!
No, it doesn't do frostbite, but it basically does the same amount of damage. Like when the mark explodes on the target, it does so much damage. It does like the equivalent damage of like a frostbite and a fucking bleed proc at the same time, which is ridiculous. And when the mark explodes, it like staggers the enemy. It's just, yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, so when you apply the mark to a target, if you do enough damage, you'll see the icon of the mark like expands outwards. That means that it went off, and that's why if you're playing Iron Eye like solo, you know how sometimes the enemy just like staggers and loses a fuck ton of their health? Yeah, that's because of the mark. Like the mark is just it's so OP. It really is.
That boss is small though.
Yeah, he's a small.
Yeah, what a little baby.
That's the final boss, but he's so small. Whoa.
Oh, what the? It used my ability, but didn't dodge.
Reminds me of Gale. Ow.
I don't want to kill it too fast, man. It honestly feels like it makes me sad when I like kill the boss like so fast that they don't like get to do anything.
Oh, my ultimate. So he's gonna transform 100%.
Good fight.
Uh-oh. What?
Alright, Lark, so we're just gonna sit here. Good
You guys
luck.
are sitting! Wow, that's so cool! Oh, you guys got destroyed. Holy fuck.
We'll get him to 50%, then we'll start.
Well, the background is so beautiful.
Oh, the
Oh my god, you saved my
frog.
life. Oh god.
I'm just gonna tank it.
Oh. What's happening?
Wow, that did a lot of damage.
Oh, hey, bro.
I'm coming. Give me a little bit. I'm a little slow. I popped an iron jar. I've been walking the whole way. You can't get there. Oh my god.
Wow. He does so much
Alright.
damage.
Yeah, I actually got really messed up. What the? I was reposting him and he was attacking as I was reposting. See, I don't understand, like sometimes you can jump that attack.
Oh my god.
Oh. Sorry, gentlemen.
What is happening?
Popped out of it.
jump it. He's got holy now.
Yeah.
Oh, so cool.
Let's remember he's gonna do that every time.
Nice.
Interesting that he's using holy. Which weak to it.
Ow.
I think he can use like every element.
Yeah. I haven't seen
I'm
rock.
ulting.
I'm ulting too.
Ah! Oh, nice! That's so cool.
Yeah, you know, even with like the dual America hammer, like I don't know, this character's stat scaling is just so bad. They still just really didn't do much damage.
Yeah, build Wilder would have gone hard.
Yeah.
Huh? I'm alone in the sand. Guys? Team?
Man, I can't wait for the harder bosses though. I really hope that they're not gonna like wimp out and they're gonna make the harder bosses like genuinely like difficult even for veterans.
Touch corpse. I'm touching a... Okay, I'm offering the rune.
It's tough to make the bosses too hard when you have to play the map for 45 minutes before you reach them. Well, yeah, but they're like, I mean, it's like an optional thing, right? Like the normal versions of the bosses will always be there. So I don't know, when you think about it, most of the Night Lords in this only have like 3 or 4 attacks total. Which I know it seems kind of like that. You might not believe it, but it's actually true. I think Tricephalos only has like 3 or 4 attacks. Like he can like do the flame breath. He has like a double bite, a flame breath. Actually, no, okay. Tricephalos does have like 6 attacks. Because he has 2 different chain attacks. He has the flame breath, he has a double bite, he has like a head, like a running headbutt. And then also the like Demon of Hatred flame AoE thing. And a grab, yeah. The final boss has a lot. I don't actually think the final... Dude, I don't think the final boss actually has that many attacks.
I'm a credits!
I swear, it's just like...
Ooh. There is post credits, so stay tuned.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I'm pretty sure the final boss only has like a few total. Soloing is really not harder in this game, to be honest. Like as a solo, you can brute force the bosses down even more. No, I didn't play Labyrinth of the Demon King. I mean, you say, I don't know. I think playing in a group is fairly easy, but that's if you're on like Discord and stuff. And you're like coordinated. Well, yeah, I mean, playing with randoms is difficult because people suck. If somebody is getting hit by every one of the boss's attacks and then you have to res them, of course it's gonna be harder. Like... And I'm not trying to be mean or anything, or like, it's just, I mean, that's just a matter of fact. Like, if somebody is, I mean, I died twice in that last fight, but yeah, it just depends. I'm sure that you can still have runs where you just like absolutely obliterate the bosses. Honestly, I think team comp is like very important for killing bosses efficiently. Like 3 guardians will kill bosses like literally multiple times slower than a Iron Eye, Raider, and like Recluse comp, or double Iron Eye Raider, you know. Guardian just does like no damage. Recluse can be strong, but it's kind of RNG. I think Recluse is the highest DPS in the entire game. I mean, I had one run where I had like 5 items with improved charged sorceries, and every time I cast Stars of Ruin, it did 2,000 damage. I could literally just, like, it was disgusting. If the boss is on somebody else, I'm literally I'm probably doing like 1,000 damage per second. Yeah, the Crystallian Shattering Crystal also can do like 2,000 damage.
Wow, that cutscene was sick. I have no idea what was going on though.
We got anything good? Poison Moth Flight.
Back.
Hmm. When something says charged attacks, is it for all attacks, including magic ones? I don't know. That's a good question, because the thing is, there's like charge attacks, but then there's also a boost for charged sorceries, so I'm guessing no.
Be right back.
Yep.
Raider is just better than Guardian. Yeah, I agree. Blood Loss, Ultimate Art Gauge +3. That's not bad. Oh, Invisibility Sword. I mean, this one's okay. I mean, the Night Sorceries can be really good. It's not too bad of one. I wonder if you can stack the stamina recovery
I'm back.
one.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, hey.
You guys want to do more? Or are we calling it?
I'm down for more. I'll be
Yeah.
playing all day.
Yeah, I'll do some more. Sure.
Okay. I'll try a different class.
I'm gonna try Recluse.
I don't know, man. Some of these are like...
Oh, Revenant time.
I'm such like a hoarder. It's terrible. Seppuku.
Oh, who do you want to do? We can queue up for random.
I'm down for random.
Yeah, we could do
Okay.
that.
So birding dist?
Probably not. Might play Revenant.
Ooh. Pure caster run.
Fire pots. Maybe one day I will get... One day I will get relics that don't suck ass. But today is not the day. Oh man, this we might actually wipe.
Oh god.
Let's go. No, it's fine. It's good.
No, we're gonna kick ass. Y'all have the tanks, and then we just sit back and explode things.
I'm just seeing if there's anything in swap for my relics. Okay. For what do I need good relics? Well, I mean, fucking... It's like... The relics are a big part of the game. So, like, yeah, I could just completely ignore them, but it's kind of fun trying to get good ones.
Did you guys get a Switch too?
I have one on the way.
Oh, wait, you
nice.
actually got one. Yeah. Or somebody got one for you, right?
Yeah. Viewer got one for me.
Oh, nice.
Hopefully they won't send me a box of poop, but I trust them.
The city again.
Oh, yeah.
This is like the same spawn, I think. Okay. I'm gonna hop down to the church. We can go back up again, just like last time.
Yeah, I'm down. All right. Yep. I'm down. Go up again. And take another spirit spring here, Lobos. If you jump down again.
Yeah, yeah. Pew. Oh. You check. Key get.
Nice.
Starlight shard. Checking the seals. Nice.
Yeah, I can make use of your Terra Magica. So,
Oh, damn.
I mean, I
That's
think
dope.
so. It should work.
I don't see why not. Yeah.
Lark, if you want to throw some fire.
Should be a boss here again, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah, true. Hopefully it's something easy.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's in the range, big time. Zap. Okay. Well, I got Stars of Ruin. GG.
Nice.
Wow. Holy shit.
I got
You
it.
guys look like little gremlins. They both ran up and the item disappeared. We can do this Evergaol real quick. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm down. And I gotta say, the gradual HP restoration is like so bad for the low HP classes.
Yeah. Was it Leonine straight ahead?
Debating if I want to go into the mine again.
I wouldn't mind.
Alright, well, we could do it after this guy. You tried the black hole, Lobos?
No,
It's magic, lightning, and fire.
oh. It's gonna be too hard, I feel like, with this. Oh god.
I mean, I've got lightning, and Lark's just got fire, so...
Shit. Yeah, I was just telling my chat, like, I'm not gonna pay attention to cocktails, I just fly.
Yeah,
I only use it to restore mana, that's it. No, but no, I don't think I've seen the black hole. You want to go into the...
Here, take this, Lobos. You can, if you use that, you can proc. You could try the black hole if you want.
What was it? Magic, fire, lightning?
Mm-hmm. Alright. We gotta go on this one.
Oh. Gonna sit here and grab the ones for the black hole. Magic, fire, lightning, right?
I really want to, I want one of those swarms to spawn and you just put the black hole down. Like, I want to see that so badly. Because, dude, the black hole seriously does so much damage. It's like 2,000 damage.
Nice. It's like AoE focus.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Maybe one of the Evergails will,
The Beastmen.
yeah.
I think the church is above us, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the fire breath is really good too. I can't remember what the cocktail is for that.
Yeah. It restores FP, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty nuts.
Oh, it's holy and magic.
So what is this phantom?
Oh
This
yeah.
red phantom.
The dead person, and then
Yeah.
they'll have a specific buff on them that's like
Oh.
plus like 1 or 2 stats for whatever class they are. So like
Oh.
the Iron Eye's Grief is like you can check the stats, but it's like plus 2 dex or something like
That's
that.
cool.
Ooh, merchant I saw.
Yeah, I got 2 stones. I'm gonna upgrade some stuff.
Nice.
Oh, nice! I upgraded.
Yahoo! Someone do lightning. Wait, I guess I'll do lightning.
Do you have a key? Stone sword key?
I'm out now.
So when's a good time to pop the Revenant ult? When everyone is dead?
Yeah, or if there's like a big attack coming, it'll prevent you from dying too. It prevents
Oh,
someone
okay.
from dying.
Yeah. It also buffs up your, like, summon. Well, and makes them invulnerable.
Fire, lightning, magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I've got it stored.
And come over here and blast these guys with your black hole.
I'm gonna die too fast. Oh wait, no, those guys.
Yeah, you can use it on these guys.
Here we go. Black holing.
Whoa!
That one?
Dude, that was sick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew that one. That's like the most basic. Cause don't you get it with like a bunch of different mixes that don't?
It has to be magic, fire, lightning. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The holy stuff is really cool. Like you can get an auto parry and like max health buff for the team, which the buff lasts like a really long time too.
Oh, whoops. We're not done here yet. Where is the last bro?
Oh, did we not kill all of them?
Oh, here he is.
Oops. I wonder if there's like a cap to the spell casting speed. I have +3 right now. I have 3 items with it.
Taking damage restores FP. Let's go.
One of the coolest ones is like the auto parry on Recluse. It just, yeah, you just get a buff for like 20 seconds that just actually makes you like invulnerable. Like every enemy just gets instantly parried.
Oh shit. Lightning. There we go.
What is the boss here? Is it burial dogs?
Yeah, it's 2 of them. Over here.
Nice.
Oh. Uh-oh.
No.
I actually might need to just die.
Uh-oh. Out of pots?
The circle's about to
you
close.
died too late, though. Oh, I don't know.
This is actually kind of tragic.
Okay. We'll be fine.
Oopsies.
Oh, shit.
Getting you. Got FP now, though. Y'all gotta do some elemental stuff. Oh, wait, I can. Oh, man. Getting my FP up for the boss.
I'm gonna ult on boss drops, I think. Oh, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Ew!
I just got news. Oh my gosh. Oh. There we go.
All right. Loretta and then the city again, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. And Revenant has such low health.
Yeah.
I have the equivalent health of like level 2 on Raider. With the Wombo combo.
Resin yet? Nice. Take care of the little guys.
Oh, we killed our summons.
Oh,
Loretta, you bitch.
oh! I can't see them. I already have my own flurry of spell arrows going. Ooh. Whoa! Nice. Black holing.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh, the insta-res on Marks. Oh wait, didn't Avenge just spawn?
Yeah. Yeah, we got Libra just now. She should die here.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Bots are actually pretty good at rezzing. Oh,
Yeah,
I got
so
Cypher Pata.
Okay, he's not too far. Libra. We need to pay him, don't we? Or can we kill him to fix it?
Do you say Libra?
We can kill him, yeah, but... Okay, we should probably just... I don't know. I mean, we could get the runes.
35k, yeah. Only one of us needs it, though.
Yeah.
We have enough.
Oh, is that what like the demon cactus first did? Summon Libra?
Yeah, it caps our health.
That is cool.
Oh, there's a hippo in the river here we can fight.
Oh.
Or something in the river. I don't know if it's always a hippo. Oh, there is something.
I never go down here when it's city time.
And the Libra is pretty weak. So like we could try to fight him. I have my ult up. Do you have your ult, Lark, so?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if we double ult.
Like at the same time for Libra?
No, not at the same time. Like, like one after another.
Ooh, we gotta go fast.
It's still like in the circle at least. I don't know. I mean, since it's in the circle, I'm down to try to fight him if you want.
Should we pay the runes and then fight him, or no?
I don't know if you can.
A bargain. If you can fight him, or what?
Fuck it.
I'm scared.
Oh, I think we have to hit him like enough. All right, I'm gonna ult first, Lark, so okay?
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Okay.
All right, I'm ulting.
I'm gonna ult too.
Big DPS.
Going. Oh shit.
Okay, tell me when you want me to ult.
Oh. Oh. Oh, it's that now.
Oh shit.
It should put us right nearby, though, I think.
Yeah.
Although he might leave, and then we stay clear. I don't know.
I don't think he can leave, but maybe he will.
Dude, that's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna ult when we get closer. Alright, ulting.
Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what I got madness.
Oh. Sebastian fucking...
God. Please don't let me get... Go, stars! No! Oh my God.
Holy shit.
Oh shit.
No,
he's not dead!
One more,
Larkson. Little love tap.
One more flame. Just try to kill. You gotta try to kill the boss.
Okay. It won't lock me out of the boss!
There you got him. Nice.
Oh my God. Oh.
We got him.
Ooh, power game.
I'm not okay.
You did great.
Thanks.
All right, let's just go to the town, I guess. Kind of book it.
Yeah. I need a grace. Oh, there's one right here.
Oh, was there a sacred scorpion charm there? I didn't actually. I'll be honest. I actually didn't notice.
Oh. Nice. So many bosses in here. Oh.
And I don't know if we do the troll. I think we just want to focus Estelle probably.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or I don't know if we can even do this Black Knight. Yeah, we can. God, let me backstab you.
Oh.
I'm gonna die. Oh no.
Small boy. Oh, nice potency.
Look at my giant weapon.
Oh shit, nice.
Oh yeah, we gotta. Don't even bother fighting these like knights. I think we gotta kill Estelle quick.
Why me every
'Cause
time?
we can kill the knights on the way out.
You guys are too small.
Oh, I think we should just go to Estelle. I don't think we bother with the knights yet, because we can kill them on the way out.
Yeah,
anyways.
yeah.
I was muted. I didn't realize.
Where the black hole will heal him. Oh. Shit. Let's see. Oh, I got the flamethrower. What?
I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to get
Got you.
this. Yeah, I think we gotta run.
Yeah. Now watch the beams on the way out.
Yeah, we gotta run, Larksa.
Okay. Oh gosh, I'm scared. This weapon art sucks. Never mind, it's
The
good.
lightning one.
It sucked on Estelle. Oh shit.
We can do this.
Yeah, if you get that, if you're just able to spam stars or run, I
Yeah.
can get it. Have lead up.
Tear out of.
It's so hard for me to hit though. Oh no way.
Oh shit.
But can you ult, Larksa?
Oh.
Ult?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
oh, oh,
ulting,
oh,
ulting, ulting, ulting.
Rising as well.
Oh yeah, we gotta
Go.
focus. Killing him.
Okay, nice. Ooh.
I think it's kind of bullshit that the storm does like fixed amount of damage as well. It's actually not percentage based, so like casters just
Your
have to heal
platforms,
way more. Oh man, dude, it's insane how like painful Revenant is. Like, this class is just, I don't know, man. At least two
What if it
Revenants.
is the boss? Oh, it's the final dude again.
mean, I have a weapon that should be really good for her,
I
but it
cannot
still
target
feels
the
terrible.
beast man. There we go.
Globos is doing literally all of our damage.
Oh, it's the nice holy lightning magic.
Oh, you got the ice block.
The ice thing, yeah.
Oh shit, the boss still. I forgot. Oh, man, boss! Yay.
Have you seen him yet?
I have, yeah.
Okay, nice. Oh my god.
Stars is so good. So Cypher Pata is so hard to hit stuff with. It's like using the Star Fist.
Holy shit.
I can't fucking hit him. I literally can't hit him point blank. Are you fucking kidding me?
Hiya. Oi.
Oh, it was on both of you, not me.
I can't even
Well,
hit the
kills
boss
the
with
dash.
my fist weapon. Like, I've literally I was missing everything. It's actually laughable. I cannot hit the boss.
Oh my god.
Are you sure?
What if you gonna lock off or unlock?
Hey.
Dude, that's insane.
Right. Oh, you got holy for the boss though. Hopefully you can hit the final boss.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, this weapon's good for it. It's holy. So.
Anybody got spare starlight shards?
I can give you one.
Thank you.
I mean, you can have... Here, take this. If you don't have a talisman.
Okay, green gain. That's it.
Right.
Well, we're on Night Aspect. He's weak to Holy, but yeah, I don't know, dude. Revenant, it just feels like such a crappy class. Like, you're just like making it so much harder for everybody if you play Revenant. Which, like, in my case, I guess that's kind of nice, but it's like just for more difficulty.
Oh, it's the final boss again.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna bubble us. Stand on top of me.
Okay.
Big bubble.
Come on, Helen. Go fucking get him. Helen is AFK. Well, there she goes.
Dude, my Helena's also
That's
AFK.
Helen.
Dude, I can't hit anything with this fucking... It's ridiculous. Oh, he one-shot my summon. Nice. That's great.
Oh, same.
They're just so worthless in boss fights.
Come on, Sebastian.
Ow.
We can do something.
Gotta get that holy debuff up there. If you can hit him.
There we go.
There he goes.
Oh, I'm scared.
That'd be fine.
Oh. Ah!
I'm gonna ult.
Alright.
Oh. For some reason I thought y'all's ult was up, but that's not the case. Oh.
Oh, shoot. All Lark's up?
I'm ulting!
Nice. Huge.
Ow.
Boy, oh boy. No, not me. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Shoulder check.
Oh, shit!
Oh man. Okay, get it. I'm working on large set. Yep.
I love missing all of my attacks. It's great. Ugh.
I guess I'll hurt him there. Where is he?
I'm gonna die, probably.
No.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Bro!
Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's gonna come
Alright,
get me.
Larksa. Try to get me,
Yeah.
Larksa. Alright, keep it up, Lobos. Okay, just keep. Nice. Alright, I'm going. Just pull. Go. Just run away. I'm gonna go get Lobos.
Aggro!
Oh my god.
Cyberpodas are terrible.
Ah!
My base claws act like res so much faster.
Oh god.
Huge, huge. Oh, he's doing the big boy.
Oh, is that gonna hit us here?
We're good here. We're good here. Okay, okay.
Alright, good job, Larxa.
It's on disc. Go on. Let me know if he comes to me. Coming, Larxa.
I'm so far.
That might. Oh shit, they're spawning on me.
Oh god.
I have ults.
Oh.
Not sure if I should.
Yeah, save for now.
Maybe save.
Oh no,
Oh, he's coming to me,
teleported
no!
you.
Oh!
Do not!
Okay, I'm gonna ult. I think it's infinite range.
It's
Nope.
crazy. Oh.
Oh, that's
not?
really cool.
Oh no!
I was told it was, but I guess
Yeah,
this
same.
arena is too big.
It goes really long range. Oh no! You got it.
Alright, try to like stack up on each other, guys.
Yeah.
Jack?
Fucking go get it,
Helen.
Helen.
Come on, Helen. There we go.
Ooh.
Doing
We
it.
need that Sebastian beam.
Alright, well I got Larxa out.
Ah! I got this, guys. Go, Sebastian.
You have ult, Larxa?
Nope. Almost though. I'm just. Can I stall till I have ult?
Yeah, just stall, I guess, if you can.
Ooh, the roar.
Sebastian's taking aggro.
Oh. Come on, bro.
Oh
Helen's
god.
actually dope for that.
Just got the ult.
Almost. 2 more ticks.
Oh, can you? Oh, Jesus.
Oh!
I have ult.
Alright, crawl toward.
Out, out.
Do it.
Yeah! Huge! Huge! Okay, I'm gonna ult. We can do kill off.
Oh, no.
Oh god.
I got the holy debuff.
Oh shit, that's fast. Okay.
Oh!
Oh. No. It's not reaching him, dude. There we go.
Had
No!
double hits.
Oh
That's
my
so
god.
BS, man.
I'm running for now.
To dodge that.
How did that? Okay. Oh,
Bro.
crawling. There was nothing on the ground.
Oh shit!
Ah, good try, good try.
If only we got a Stell. We could have had self-res. It's actually just insane, like, how much harder this is with 2 Revenants.
Oh, Revenant
I mean,
is
I have,
so
like, a
funny.
wholly specific weapon, and I'm, like, f***ing useless still.
Jeez.
That was crazy.
I mean, sometimes you just don't even get good incantations, though. I don't know, man. This class is just ass. It really is.
I have time for one more.
Alright. I'm down for
sounds
one
good.
more.
Let me grab my lunch from our porch. I'll be right back.
I don't know, it's just... I think what's so fucked up about the casters is how little health you have. And it's like... I don't know, you have no health as the casters, but it's not like you even are stronger than the melee. you're just like, it's just, you're just like fucking weak, and that's it. That's it. The weapons that have fire weapon art scale better with the melee classes. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Cypher Pata still somehow does more damage on, like, Wilder, or, like, a fucking different class. I don't know, man. This class just really confuses me. Yeah, I mean, like, if I was on Raider there, it would have been like, it just would have been over. It really is just like playing on hard mode. Yeah, it's a healer class, but like the thing is, the longer the fight goes, the more you have to dodge and everything. It's just, it's like they were like, oh, you have to be a support. You're not allowed to like do damage. I mean, Guardian and Revenant both have an insta-res, except they do no damage, so... Like, just doing high damage in this just means the boss just dies so much faster, and therefore you have to dodge less, and you have to interact with the mechanics less, and you're like way tankier on the melee classes.
Yeah, I'm gonna try Sekiro, dude, because I want to be the dog.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be Artorias.
Revenant does okay damage with the good seals, but the thing is, it's like RNG. Because there's way less seals that you get compared to, I don't know, man. Revenant's just, it really is just... The thing is, like, posture breaking is just so strong in this. When you posture break a boss, you get, like, 5 seconds of free, just uncontested DPS. Maybe even more. Like 7 or 8 seconds of just uncontested DPS. Like, it's just crazy. Yeah, I saw there was an update for Lethal Company. Is it any good? Yeah, you can get seals in the ruined churches at the basement, you're right. But like, you're not guaranteed. A lot of the time, the problem is, there's so much more defensive and utility incantations in this game. Like, oh great, I have lightning fortification, or divine fortification, or fucking rejection, or, you know, there's so much like useless fucking abilities that just are just, well, they're just fucking useless. So...
The Raiders Remembrance skin is so good.
Yeah.
I think Dist is muted.
No, I'm just disting on stream.
Ah, fair. Oh, it's dog. Well, we got dog.
Oh, nice. Go to the camp after we finish this.
Yeah.
Or the castle building.
Bloodhound step. Nice. I do have a stone sword.
Oh, you started with one?
Yeah.
Nice. I wonder if we're gonna get a new map when the DLC comes out.
It'll be
I'm a little
interesting.
doubtful, but
I hope they just expand the main map enough to where it gets to the point where it's like.
yeah, that's fair.
Because otherwise, it's like, if it's random between the two when you queue, you'll occasionally get this one, and you're like, wow, that sucks.
Got a double stone sword key. Alright, let's go to the Evergaol.
Sounds good. Oh my god, finding all of the.
That's tanky.
Yeah.
It's freaking poised through everything. So good.
Heal right by.
Do we want to go along like the right side? Like maybe...
Sure.
Actually, yeah, I don't really know where we should go.
I'm gonna get the corded key or whatever here. What is it called? The something cord?
Oh, yeah, the cord thread.
Cord thread. Are we going? There's a boss here.
I was thinking, yeah, we could do the boss here, the poison one. Like work our way north.
See what the day 2 boss is.
Might be a talisman here too.
Yeah, sometimes. It's always there though. Who's the boss? Oh, it's the sign. Oh, the double. Damn. Oh, it's green.
Oh, come on. Punch missed.
Oh, going up right side was a good call. Nice. Do we fly to Evergaol?
Oh, yeah.
And whatever that boss is.
Bye, Larksa.
Why's my bird going down?
If you like move the stick, it can sometimes like take you out of it, I think.
Oh, yeah, I was just going forwards.
It's a Zamor here.
Damn.
Holy. Wow.
Oh wow! If you do a third, like a double charge or two, it's a 3-hit combo on the second one.
I like his full R1 combo.
Yeah. The charge or two, I think you might get like more poise on it though as well. Like it,
Yeah.
it is really fucking slow, but it's kind of grown on me a little bit.
Yeah. Bleed machine. Jesus. Camp and church?
Yeah.
Well, I have second order too, I just noticed. I still have another Evergaol key, so we do another one.
Not really two-handing.
Talisman here.
What's that?
Improved holy damage negation. I'll take it. I'll do the honors.
Angel's got nothing on you.
This is kind of awkward. I broke this statue over here. If you want to upgrade your weapon to purple,
Ooh. To
Push it.
purple? Oh.
I think it should
purple?
drop a smithing stone too. Oh, maybe not actually. It's not guaranteed. That's lame. we doing the Evergaol here?
Yeah, I got a key.
Okay.
Oh, Ancient Dragon.
We will actually be able to posture break him.
Maybe. Really big charge our shoes up. Left. Headshot.
Nice.
Possible. Come on. No.
Legendary?
Oh, 3 keyboard.
Oh, right, right.
I have an achievement. Complete the oldest jail.
Nice.
That's so cool.
You can check for a key if you want. I'm gonna go down.
Okay. Keyless. Sad. Oh. Too many corpses in your wake.
Murdering everything.
Oh, is this a lion? Oh, it's a madness boy.
Yeah, we can nuke him.
Yeah, 10% stance.
I need to go to a mine and upgrade these frickin' things. Oh wait, I don't know why I took this, cause I'm power stancing, so. Oh, one of you might want that as like your side weapon. If you have the cool
Me?
effect.
Put it in your left hand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There. Oh shit.
Whoa. Wait, what?
I'm
I
in
can't
the-
see him!
Oh god. Okay, he's up. Not anymore, he's on disc. They gotta add an option to remove the totem, dude. I don't know. Oh, nice parry. Deflect that.
Yeah! What the fuck?
Alright. I kind of want to hit up a mine, actually. We can, let's run down and take this tree so we can get closer to the city. And we can go to the mine here. You just running Lobos?
Oh, whoops. Oh, I was looking for a jumpy thingy.
It's okay. I mean, we can go to the mine. You should be able to. You'll catch up.
Taking the scenic route. Down in the water?
Yeah, the one in the water.
I might pull the dragon and start fighting.
Okay, yeah, you can start fighting it. Larks, are you down here with me?
Oh, wait. So, sewer?
The cave?
Wait. Oh. Are you in the cave? The mine?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought in the sewer of the forts.
Just give me another one. Oh, dang it, dude. I wanted the second fucking smithing stone, but I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. I wanted to upgrade both of my weapons to purple, but I guess the...
Puppy!
I don't know.
Nice.
Oh, the meteorite.
Oh? Oh, yeah. In a different spot. Cool. Holy.
What else can you carry?
Well, I wanted one of them to give it to me, but nobody... well, Larksa...
the nicest
Larksa
dragon
got
ever.
lost.
No fly. Oh my god.
Yay!
Best.
Oh yeah, I can copy it in the city. True. Ooh, Axe of Godfrey. Okay. Can I power stance with this? Oh, I can. Oh, hell yeah. What is the dog weak to, by the way? Is it
Holy? It's
Holy?
holy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I can dupe the Axe of God for you. Oh boy.
Oh, man.
I think we just go into the castle right away. Like, we can maybe do Loretta on the way out.
Yeah.
I mean, the circle hasn't started closing, but I think...
No,
I mean, the circle always ends outside anyways, right? So...
Yeah. Dupe and then kill Asshole and then work our way
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, Peripheral Strike is good, but... I don't know. Axe of Godfrey, look at that. Look at that damage.
I don't really have anything.
I'm doing more than 260 damage. You just saw one instance where only one of my weapons hit.
I turned around and I saw the black knife slide on the ground from behind the corner.
Oh, I have to craft a great sword.
Oh, nice.
Holy shit.
Are you gonna use it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let me get the riposte as well, Lobos.
You have improved crit?
Yeah, I have like 50% extra.
Oh, damn.
Oh, you don't. Oh. Still hits me up here too. What? And then I die because I fall off my rock and it hits me twice? Scam.
What the? Hey.
He's floating.
Yeah, I turn around and he's flying in the air.
I think we like interrupted his stagger before or something. You definitely should have posture broken.
Whatever, I'm ulting him. There you go.
Yay!
Getting that.
Woo. Chunky.
Woo!
Cool, legendary.
Another legend.
What?
I
Two
got axe.
legendaries!
Yeah, I
here,
also have
Larksa,
two.
you probably want this. Probably better for you.
Does anybody want Hand of Millennia?
You could use Hand of Millennia and yeah, there's a bunch of good stuff for you.
Oh my god, okay.
I would like to double this Hand of Godfrey too. I didn't double anything yet.
Oh, you can go do that. We'll kill the dragon. You can go dupe. Is the door to that boss always open? To what boss do you mean? Yeah, I've used the weaponer a little bit. It's okay.
Dual. Godfrey.
Is he not staggered?
Ooh, the Millennium move's nice. You staggered yet? There we go. Another legendary. Oh man, health and stuff.
If we were playing as like double Revenant here, we would have just probably not even managed to kill Estelle. Like that's just, I don't know, man.
There's smithing stone too here. Oh, good jump attacks.
Dude, that was a turtle charm. Holy.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what is that? There's another. Oh, raise holy attack. Oh,
Ooh, golden bow. There should be a way to like trigger the, oh, we both have the same thing.
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, cute. That's so cute.
Double duel.
Aww.
I love that it's Artorias dual wielding Godfrey action. I'm gonna poise break everything. You have dual Hand of Millennia?
Oh no.
Just dual? Okay, okay.
I got, yeah, more God's Cursed Sword than the other.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, still closing. hear a stagger sound. Oh shit.
It's so silly.
Gotta go raise physical attack. I also have 20% more poise break.
Jeez.
Oh, I got an achievement for high rarity stuff.
Oh. Wait, I don't even have that. That's the only one I'm missing. Wait, can you trade me all your gear real quick?
Nah.
I've
Damn
heard
it.
that doesn't work, actually.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, you have to, like, acquire it yourself.
That's weak. Okay.
I've got a golden bow for us as well.
Jesus. All right. That doesn't stack with consumables, does it?
It does.
Like, I think.
Yeah.
What?
Exalted Flesh and, like, Crab are body buffs. Or, yeah, body
Oh.
buffs, and then Golden Bow is, like, aura buff. I believe it's called. Alright, I'm gonna Golden Bow us now. Stand on me.
Got it.
Alright.
No, come back here. Which one's the real dog? Did you interrupt him splitting?
Break.
I bet you can do him without split. I almost had my ult, but it wasn't ready. Oh!
Oh, rut roll, rut roll.
Ruh-roh. Oh, I froze. Oh, there we go. It's too mobile.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my god.
what the heck? Way over there.
I'm kind of far away.
Oh my god. I stood right in the middle.
Oh, man.
Oh, sick. Yeah! Destroyed!
Yep.
This is dead. Stop. Oh my god. Let's go.
Time to see what shit I got. Oh, I actually got a decent one. Poise +3, skill cooldown reduction +2, and a small pouch.
Oh, interesting. I haven't tried the pouch.
Yeah, the pouch is like, I don't know. I mean, an extra inventory slot could be. I was wondering if you could stack the pouches, because if you had like 3 of them that gave you the pouches, then you could probably kind of do like a pot build a bit more.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking maybe one of the other characters they do is a pot boy, like some sort of unlimited consumable or something.
You can buy unlimited fire pots from the merchant, at least. It's actually kind of nice to buy them sometimes. It really helps. Like, the AoE of the
How high
pots
can you
is kind of...
stack? Can you stack like a bunch on one slot or no?
Well, it's only 2 per slot, so yeah. It's...
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pots are really good. Bye, Larksaw!
Bye. I didn't know how to leave the session. I think I had to quit out.
Yeah, you're gone now.
Okay.
All right, well, good luck with your other matches.
Thank you. Thank you for the games.
Yeah.
Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.
What are you up to now? What's your plan?
Nothing. I was just I'll play with you, and if you want to go, I'll play with community. That's basically all I'm doing. Carrying people.
Gotcha.
Or we could try the duos mod. I don't know what if there's any scaling on it or what, but
yeah, I don't think there is scaling for the duos.
Interesting. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom too. All right, well, I'll be right back, chat. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm down for anything really. I mean, I'm down to play more. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. I am back. Hello, everybody. Okay. Yeah, I'm down to play with, like, play one or two more with chat or something.
Sure. Sure. We can just throw up a password. Well, I guess we got Distbos still.
I'm gonna do Revenant. Dude, it's just, playing the melee classes just makes it too easy. It really does.
I like it when it's solo, because I don't know. But in a group with melee, yeah, everybody just bullies so hard. I'll go. Let's see what I go. I'll do an Iron Eye, and if they want to be Iron Eye, I'll change. Okay. Ready, Distbosers? Password Distbos. Good luck. Commencing.
Are we queuing for everything, or just the dog?
Oh, whoops. God damn it. Yeah, I did the queue just for dog. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna remove dog.
Okay, since we just did it.
Dog.
Yeah.
Have you looked at like your boss spread and how like which ones you've done the most? Let's see.
I don't know if I have.
If you go to the visual codex and then hit the D-pad right and left, you see all those different stats. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Failed to enter multiplayer. Oh, returning to roundtable hold. Interesting. Okay. We can try again. All but dog. Going.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at my stats now. What's your personal best for runes acquired?
Ooh, let's see. Runes acquired. Oh, 825,513.
Dang. I'm at 791. Funny enough, though, I think that was a solo run before the patch where I had that much.
Oh. I got mine yesterday, but it's because I got the pest,
yeah, that buff.
Day one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What about your greatest attack? We might have gotten it together. I don't know how it works, but mine's 20,957.
Mine's 15,555.
Interesting.
Maybe it's like combo, like as high as the number gets.
Yeah, exactly. Like while you're hitting a boss, if it's rotted, it just keeps going up and up and up.
Yeah, I guess rot probably makes that easier to get, essentially.
Yeah. But I figured it would have been, we would have done it on the same run or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we did, no. All of our juiced up runs were on different save files, so.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, I wonder what the stats are on our other characters.
I saw someone had runes used more than runes acquired, and I don't know how that happens. But...
That's weird.
Oh yeah, have you ever Iron Eye marked Nameless King? It's like broken.
What? How come?
Like when you pop the mark, it deals like 70% of his health.
Oh, weird.
I wonder if that could be it.
Maybe it like procs on both of them for some reason.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Something like that.
Yeah, so it's the password
going.
if you want to join us, chat.
Any queuers?
Is Distbos. Yeah, I don't know. Surely there's people trying to queue, so like I don't.
Probably. Let me change the password. Oh, never mind. They were sleeping. They're like, oh.
Play with salad. I mean, we could do one with salad. Have you beaten all the bosses in this salad? I assume you have at this point. Iron Eye is really, really good cheese. Really, really good. You want to make sure to keep the mark like applied. You can refresh the duration of it, and like if you do enough damage with the mark while the mark's active, then it will like explodes and does even more damage. You can also dodge with it too, with the mark.
Level 2 Evergaol.
Yeah, Iron Eye is really good. The rewards for completing an expedition are lacking. I wish there was a bit more like progression between runs. Like, look at this. Rejection, urgent heal, like, all just trash. Trash seals that don't do anything.
Sure, let's do the Evergaol.
I'm gonna do this, Sorcerer Rise, but you guys can do that. I just want to get some Starlight Shards so I can actually use my magic. Can find this thing. It's like so fucked up that you have to like find the fucking seal. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm just wasting my time, I guess. I don't know where it is. It could be a tree.
He is tanky at level 2.
Whatever, dude. Fucking bullshit. I can't figure out how to get into this stupid tower, dude. It's so messed up that they like require you to fucking solve a puzzle and on like a timer.
Ooh, nice. We're getting there.
I'm coming. That's doing great.
Oh! this place?
Yeah, I'm down.
Oh wait, I didn't get the room. I guess the fire camp. Wait, who are we fighting? Oh, Dark Drift Knight. Nice.
You fucking bubble bitches.
Are you climbing up top or what?
Yeah, I was trying to grab the key. They like pinned me against a wall and were spinning on me. I honestly I feel like I'm fucking griefing every time I play. Dude, okay. I just feel like I'm griefing every time I play this character. Like, genuinely. I've done so little this match. I'm just like stuck in the back line. Elden Stars. Oh my god. Maybe it's buffed.
Should we go castle? Or it gets consumed?
I don't know actually. We could take this tree and go down to the church here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take the tree. Let's take us straight to the church, so. This guy's weak to lightning, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll need it to break his stupid buff or whatever. Yeah, there's a lightning camp down there as well. Oh, there's another lightning camp. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we can take the tree and go to that lightning camp.
Yeah.
Double tree action.
Double tree hotels. Nom.
Surely the circle won't kill me here, right? It's not doing that much.
Oh.
What? I just pressed interact on the frickin' bird and it just like.
Oh, I just did the same thing. I think it's because I mashed. Did you mash?
I'm gonna die.
I think I'm dead. I'm dead. Hi, if it puts us closer though. Oh wait, walruses. Oh, he dropped early to heal.
Oh, he healed. Save us, walrus.
Holy shit. Ah! Oh my god. No man left behind. I love it. Oh, whoops.
range weapon attacks.
Yeah, castle or poison plays?
I think we do castle day 2.
Okay.
Yeah, the circle's gonna pull top left anyways, so we're gonna get like kicked out of there instantly.
Yeah.
My my Discord ASAP. That's sussy, bro. You're scaring me. What the hell's going on? Oh shoot.
You see him hiding in the forest disc?
Actually, I gotta go, Lobos. I forgot I had a sponsor thing. Actually, I gotta go like right now.
Okay.
I fucked up.
Bye, Dis.
Thanks.
You're good.
I'm sorry. My bad, dude.
You're
Oh my
good.
God. Oh my God, I forgot. I'm so. Oh. Steven, is it over? Am I cooked?